Yeah. Okay. It should be coming online in just a second. Holy cow. Let me check a couple things. Okay. Looks like I am streaming on both channels. Let's see if I'm... Hey, I actually show up on Twitch. Hey. Cool. Hey man, how you doing? Can you see and hear me? Hey man, how you doing? Okay, yeah, it seems to be working on at least the parts that matter. So I should be able to I need chat from somewhere. Where? All right, cool. So I guess I'll just leave this part up and I'll dock that to the side of my second monitor. And okay. All right, cool. All right, we are successfully multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. This is a momentous occasion for the channel. Hopefully this will result in us getting some more traffic in the future. We've got quite a few things to get into today. We are going to be starting another CAD project where we're going to be looking at the P8 family in Star Citizen and designing functioning airsoft props based on the P8 weapons. So that'll be really cool. I've got some pretty cool ideas about how we're going to achieve that I haven't tried before, but I think it's going to make it so that I can get more fidelity than I've been able to do before in my kits. So I'm pretty excited about it. I wanted to start though by reacting to Alpha 4.0 engineering. Engineering is something that I'm pretty excited about. And so yeah, let's get into it.
Engineering, the next major step forward in multi-crew gameplay, built on top of...
I really hope that Jared is allowed to grow his beard back out very soon. This is makes me a little uncomfortable.
The in-development resource networking system, itself a harbinger of fire and a new reality for all life aboard spacecraft. It's been the subject of CitizenCon presentations, Q&As on Star Citizen Live, explorations on Inside Star Citizen, and fervent discussion by many of the content creators in our community.
Yes.
And on this final episode of ISC before hiatus and we turn all of our attentions towards CitizenCon, we invited Torsten, Bastian, and Guillermo to update us once again on the current intention and implementation of engineering.
Hey, there we go. Will's is watching us on both sides, Twitch and YouTube. We're doubling up. Just make sure you keep both windows open, eh?
And what you can expect when the first iteration makes its way into the persistent universe.
The resource network enables us to actually give you the gameplay that you were always looking for, which is having meaningful multi-crew gameplay, which means that it really makes sense to have multiple people running around on your ship, and that wouldn't be possible without the resource network.
So we say the resource network is a system that allows all the items and components that are part of the ship to talk to each other.
Every ground vehicle, every base.
I have a Mirai.
A system that allows all the items and components that are part of the ship to talk to each other.
Every ground vehicle. Every base, everything that runs in Star Citizen with resources.
Fundamentally, Resource Network is a replacement for the pipe system we had in the past that you may have heard about.
Yeah, so the pipe system was supposed to be that you have progressively smaller pipes going down to components and then subcomponents, and then only so much bandwidth of power, heat, and everything else could go through a given pipe based on its size. And so based on the size of the component, the size of the ship, and the relative importance, all of that was going to shift up and down. But Resource Network, it serves the same function, but from everything that I've heard, it's much more expansive as far as the kinds of things that it can handle. So, as always, feature creep in Star Citizen is nothing new, so let's hope that they get a good implementation, though, because this could be very impactful to the game.
We chose a similar system, basically doing most of what we're doing right now with the Resource Network, but in a way that was not as scalable as what we intend to do.
Landing complete.
So,
All right. New MFDs. What are we looking at here? This is what ship is this? This looks Anvil. Is this the
Resource Network, but in a way that was not as scalable as what.
Yeah, this is the Valkyrie, right? So man, I really want these MFDs like yesterday. They're so much better. 2 out of 18 output. See, this is, I know they kind of explained it, but I still don't understand all of what it means, and it's probably one of those things where you just have to see it before you're going to get it. But I really hope this means that they're giving power plants a lot more purpose. Because right now, power plants are kind of useless from a customization standpoint. We've seen that a lot of the other MFDs do incorporate these enunciator panels, so it looks like Anvil will be one of the ones to kind of keep it in a designated display box where a lot of other brands might incorporate it into the MFD menus. Radar, I think the radar looks cool, but I really have to see it myself before I can give it any kind of stamp of approval. The thing that I've struggled with is it's always difficult to make the radar easy to read quickly. And a big part of that is just that it's 3D, and so that's going to make it a lot more difficult than what a typical shooter has to deal with. But I think that they could do a lot more in the way of icon customization. Like when you're playing Call of Duty, you have lines around the chevron, and you have a faded silhouette depending on if they're above or below you. And so that communicates pretty clearly what's going on. Let's see. And Halo does the same thing. Pretty sure anyways. Let's see. I'm trying to find a good example. I know for sure Call of Duty does it, so I'll just stick with that one. Maybe it doesn't matter too much, but basically what I'd like to see is that oh, yes, thank you, Wills. I definitely should ping chat and let them know that I am streaming. Thank you for the reminder. At everyone, because that's the benefit of being the server owner. Thanks for that, Wills. Okay, so basically what I'm getting at is if a target is above you in elevation, they can still do the lines, the little L shape that they do, like it'll go out and then up. But I think that they should make it more apparent with the icon that it's above you. And they might consider making this more of a direct view. Because I think part of the struggle is we're trained really well because of shooters to look at a radar from the top down and kind of know what's going on. And with this, you're looking at a tabletop basically from the side. And so it's more realistic to where things are laid out. But I think that it would be simpler if they just made it more so that you're looking directly at... Oh, better put my hands down. That's a terrible pose to do. Someone's going to clip that. You know what? Let's just pull up Photoshop. Okay, switch to screen 2. Here we go. Okay, so let's kind of draw a classic radar. Okay, so we've got... Need my pen. We've got our player icon, and it's usually some kind of green color, right? And then for enemies, let's make them orange so that it's not exactly like the ring I've got here. If they're below you, a lot of times they'll be... Let's see. I think what it is if you have like an advanced UAV in Call of Duty, it shows you their vector too. So it shows you a triangle. So let's say we've got something like that going on. And we're going to say that this guy is below us. So he actually gets a kind of a dashed icon. Same with this guy over here. But this one over here, he's going to be above us. And so he gets like extra walls on his icon like that. And I just want to make sure I am showing the right screen. Yes, I am. So we're pretty used to seeing radars like this in video games, and so I think that Star Citizen is kind of trying to reinvent the wheel when I don't think they really need to. Um, if I merge these two layers and then duplicate one. All right, and then to make it look more like what Star Citizen gives us, let's move this guy to the side, give us a little more room to work with. So what Star Citizen does is it warps the perspective, and then from your character, you get these projection lines. Let's make those white to make them stand out a little bit. So that guy, he's on the same plane as us. So is this guy. But this guy was supposed to be above us. This one is below us. So, I mean, I get the intention of what they're trying to do because, from one perspective, this is a very clear indicator. Okay, this guy's below us because he's got a line pointing down. This guy's above us because he's got the line pointing up. But I feel like it gets very visually cluttered. And because we're looking at the same kind of perspective shift here, I'm worried that it's going to do that again. And I think that this is simple enough. And, if we look at just normal ship radar, like real aircraft, they tend to have a very similar mini map, if you want to call it that, to what we see in games usually. You'll have nails, triangles, and lines to give you all the information that you need. And DCS, that's what it is. DCS radar. You don't struggle to find your enemies in DCS. The radar gives you enough information, and they're definitely going for very, very sim focused. So they could, if they were given the freedom to design it a little better, because it's a game. You know, they could make the icons themselves clearer, but top down I think is easier for people to understand, and you can get enough information into this so that the people looking at it know what they need to see. And so I get the point that you're making there, Wills. As Star Citizen currently stands, it's just a space simulator more than a game, but I mean, that's what we were here for. But the problem is like, if they really wanted to go the sim route, it would still be a top-down view, most likely. And so I feel like like this is just going to be better to just do the top-down view. So this is better than this. Agreed? Let's see, I'm going to save a copy of that and send it to the Discord so that people can rage about it. Not rage about it, discuss. Politely discuss, because that's what we do on my channel. Let's see where to go. Where the heck did I just save it? Oh, here it is. So that's my opinion anyways. If CIG wants to hire me, I'm happy to give them more opinions.
What we intend to do.
Landing complete.
So right now we just have one type of hydrogen fuel, but if we want to extend that in the future to having like...
Okay, that's kind of cool what he's saying. Right now we have one type of hydrogen fuel. He's going to say that they can have different kinds of hydrogen fuel.
Multiple types that have some specific benefits on the thrusters. It's very easy now to add that resource. It's just a data setup.
So
Okay,
Resource Network is the underlying technology for the system.
I'm always a little skeptical when CIG says it's super easy now, because everything that we were told about CitizenCon last year was supposed to be super easy to bring into Star Citizen, but it's taken a bit longer than I think we all anticipated. But I'm still hopeful.
To work, and engineering is the gameplay we intend to have on top of this technology so that players may experience it.
Your ship flies because, you know, the thrusters get fuel, the power plants output power that the weapons and the sails and also the thrusters use. Engineering is all about both maximizing the use you get out of the resource network and also getting the resource network itself going so that...
Okay, let's see. Is there any goodies we can see on this screen? Oh, shoot. I didn't even realize that they showed it.
Engineering is all about both maximizing...
Okay, so you've got, obviously, weapons. I haven't played with any of the engineering previews, so I think that this is thruster. It looks like a vroom vroom kind of thing. Shields. Health? Oh, maybe that's life support? Communications or radar? No idea what this is.
maximizing the use you get out of the resource network. And also,
I think that this does look a little more clear than what we have currently as far as iconography in PvP combat. I'm not super happy with the corner boxes so far. I feel like they've been harder for me to see and I lose them easier. The other concern that I have with that is that with it changing so much between different brands, is it going to get harder to see in others as well?
So getting the resource network itself going so that you're not dead in the water. So getting the resource network itself going so that you're not dead in the water. So getting the...
Sorry, I might have just set up a feedback loop. I opened up the stream on Twitch. Don't do that. Bad odd job. Okay, cool skin. Do we have this one already? Is that what the pirate caterpillar looks like? Where it's got the kill count on the side?
Be able to itself going so
that they showed these details in the last ISC. You can see the faction of ships if you scan them. So far we've seen mostly just unavailable, so I'm hoping that that just means that, well, you didn't scan them and you got to scan them in order to figure out what they are. I do like that you can clearly see what mode you're in for gimbals. So fixed.
You're not dead in the water.
It's all things that players will be able to interact with. They will have to dedicate roles in their ships so that crew members are assigned to fixing those issues, and they can encounter more dynamic situations that will not...
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy. That looks like a hell of a job.
...happen in the previous systems.
The goal right now is to have all the components on the ship being physicalized. That means that the things that will take damage will be the components. That then means that those components are reasons to the failure of your ship.
We have the power plants, which generate the energy that your ship consumes. You have the shield generators, which take in some of that energy to convert it to shield power. You have a radar system that allows you to target the signatures of ships around you. You have coolers that generate a coolant resource.
Okay. Could that arrow icon I was looking at before, could that be cooling?
It is all the weapons that you have, it's the quantum drive, but there are also new components that will be added to the mix, and that is the relay with its fuses. Then there's the life support generator.
Oh. See, we've heard about relays before. I thought based off of what we had heard previously that the relays were subcomponents. So you might have relays on your quantum drive and they might go bad. Or was that capacitors? Yeah, I think actually that was capacitors, because when they did talk about relays in other videos, they talked about how you could use them to reroute power between different systems.
The biggest thing we are aiming for is switching from your health pool of the bespoke ship to just moving that completely over to the physicalized component.
Okay, that was really cool. So they have health numbers for the different components over here, and you can watch them go down, and then they just go offline. Diligence, what is that? This is clearly a cooler. I don't recognize these two names. If anyone knows in chat, feel free to let me know.
Bespoke ship to just moving.
Yeah, so the diligence goes offline, and then this MFD
that completely over to the physicalized component. So damaging the component is damaging your ship.
Attack on shields.
I think this is the part where the biggest change for the players happen. because there the gameplay of repair comes in, and then you can revitalize your ship. So you can actually use your formerly dead in the water ship after exchanging or repairing the components.
Which I am really excited. Up until this point, it's always been that you just blow up the ship. But I feel like with these changes, they can make it so that actually exploding is a very rare instance, and most of the time you're going to be disabled, but then it turns into a fight for the ship itself. Right? So I hope that on these bigger ships we start seeing a lot more boarding actions taking place, because that's what it really enables, which is really cool in my mind.
Well, we mentioned one of the new components, which is the life support generator. So let's talk about life support.
The life support does all the tasks.
All right, Sneaky. This is the Zeus, right?
Well, we mentioned one of the new components, which is the life support generator.
I don't think we've seen this view, so just take a little look. See here.
So good. Let's talk about life support.
The life support does all the tasks necessary to maintain the life support inside the ship.
So it's the temperature, it's the atmosphere composition, it's the pressure inside the room.
The Zeus looks so
Your main responsibility is making sure that there's always enough life support resource produced. Main responsibility is making sure that...
Oh, he does. Okay, it shows up for a split second.
Your main responsibility is making sure that there's always enough life support.
Okay.
Your main responsibility...
I was fast enough, but...
Responsibility is making sure that there's...
Oh... Come on, I want to see what that is.
Your main responsibility is making sure that... Making sure that...
Oh, it's so fast, I can't read it.
Making sure that...
Oh, tractor beam. I think that says tractor beam, right?
There's always enough life support resource produced to maintain a healthy atmosphere in the ship. So making sure that all the CO2 that you breathe out is actually converted into O2 again.
Yeah.
Or if you vented a room, that the room is filled again.
Oh, you can do that?
Making sure...
Oh, talk about luck right there. I stopped right on it. Okay, but good to know for the future. You can go frame by frame. Tractor beams. There we go. All right. I don't have to read at lightning speed anymore.
Sure that there's always enough life support resource produced to maintain a healthy atmosphere in the ship. So making sure that all the CO2 that you breathe out is actually converted into O2 again. Or if you vented a room, that the room is filled again.
Okay, so no pressure because doors open. So you have 0 atmospheres, 300 Kelvin. If you don't know, and this is more for like my fellow viewers in the US, because I would think that they use Kelvin a lot more in the metric countries, but Kelvin is... it's very similar to Celsius. It just has an offset of 273 degrees. Yeah. And you use it a lot when you're talking about equations for chemistry, electronics. It comes up a lot in engineering, but a lot of stuff will work. The math maths it out better if you use Kelvin for a lot of stuff. So that's basically what that is. It's just Celsius plus 273. H, humidity? 50% humidity? And that dropping to 0 does make sense too, because humidity is a measure of the content of water in the air. And if you suddenly drop pressure, all the air that was, all that humidity is going to disperse a lot as well.
Your room is getting too hot, it's cooled down again, so it's all about managing this resource inside the rooms. And as already mentioned in the previous episodes, it's life support management is also a good way to counter fire. Another aspect the players have to counter or react to is misfires on components.
Okay, so he just vented the room to put out the fire. That's pretty cool. I like that idea.
Aspect the players have to counter.
So then the question is, so you vent the atmosphere. That's not going to take the heat away. Not all of it. Let's see. I'm thinking of the ideal gas law. PV equals nRT. So if you suddenly drop the pressure, it will decrease the temperature as well, because you're going to have a proportional decrease on both sides of the equation. Ideal gas law. This is what I'm talking about. Pressure times volume equals the amount of a substance, oftentimes given in moles, depending on which form of the formula you're using. R is a constant related to each individual gas. Right? No, actually, it's that. I think from my thermo class, I learned that you can have different R values for different gases, though. Am I crazy? I might be thinking more along this line. For our discussion here, though, it's not super important. Basically, if you, let's say that this is 1 times 2, right? So this side of the equation is 2. And then we're just going to say that this is 1 and 2 as well. So, and this will just be 1 so that we can ignore it. If you suddenly drop the pressure to 0.1, then you have to have a similar decrease over here. And so the R, that can't change. The amount of substance will change somewhat because the pressure will want to equalize, and it will go from a high concentration to a low concentration. And so it's going to start from the much higher pressure that is your pressurized spaceship cabin, and then it's going to vent to the outside. And space is basically 0 atmospheres. So it's going to equalize at that pressure. So you're going to have significantly less gas there. I guess that means that if you're venting the physical substance, you might not actually decrease the temperature that much. Which then gives the possibility that, okay, if you close the door again and the temperature hasn't gone down that much, and you repressurize that room, you're adding back part of the fire equation, right? Heat, pressure, fire triangle. Fire triangle. Heat, oxygen, fire. So you add in the pressure, that's going to bring your oxygen. It's still hot. And there's still stuff to burn, so you might need to leave your door open for quite a while, or until you can take care of the temperature by some other means.
Or react to is misfires on components.
Misfires are something that is already in the game.
You see that, guys? Gladius ship armor. It's coming. 3.24. No. 4.0. Alpha 4.0 engineering. But we're supposed to get the new MFDs at least for 3.24.2, right?
In some form, thruster charges, seal generator failure, stuff like that. We're just expanding it a bit, and pretty much the idea is that, items that are damaged, that are too hot, or that, for example, are very old and degraded, will start misfiring. In some cases, that will be that it will take some extra damage. In other cases, it will be that they will stop working for a while. Other times, they will work indefinitely until an engineer comes by and manages to do some working for a while.
This guy looks younger than me, and he's working on Star Citizen. When did I become old? I've aged, waiting for this game to come out.
While other times they will work indefinitely until an engineer comes by and manages to do some repairs. And some of the worst cases would be starting a fire, or in the case of, for example, power plants, engaging in a critical reactor failure and taking the ship with them.
There is a chance that if the power plant reaches 0 health, it will run into a critical failure, and that critical failure then will cause the entire ship to explode. It will give the player the time.
So power plants are going to be the one that you want to protect. Because if your power plant goes, you blow up.
Time frame to react to that. So either by removing the component and throwing it out of the door and preventing your ship to explode, or even countering it by repairing the component and bringing it up to life again. Countering it.
Is that a new?
By repairing.
I gotta be honest, I have not used the salvage tool at all, I think.
The component and bringing it up to life again.
But it looks like a freeze beam, doesn't it?
Countering it by repairing.
Watch that one more time. You're salvaging it. So that would mean that you're taking stuff off of it,
the
right?
component.
No, okay. You can see he's injecting material into it, so he's fixing it.
And bringing it up to life again. For the initial release, we have a limited amount of misfires, but we are preparing the system, or we did prepare the system to scale well for the future, so we can introduce multiple misfires, and that leads us to damage penetration.
So damage penetration is a simplified version of what we'll be getting eventually with a more physicalized system, but essentially what it means is that now certain types of weapons can penetrate through the hull of a ship. This is a function of the weapon itself, its penetration values, and also of the armor of the ship, which can be depleted over time.
So if you use ballistics, you have a higher penetration.
So like ballistics are gonna have more of a punch, literally. They'll punch through things more. That sounds really cool. They could also have distortions do that, right?
Which allows you to cut through the armor more deeply and touch the components inside the ship directly. As opposed to this, you also have energy weapons, which will be more effective at melting down the armor.
The goal here is that you first need to bring down the armor health value to get to the fullest potential of your penetrating weapons. Then you can penetrate the ship and actually damage the components that sit inside the ship and not on the outside of the hull.
Obviously, there's degrees to this. Larger ballistic weapons may have enough penetration against smaller ships that it will be able to penetrate directly, but it's all of a game of choices, and it's gonna depend.
So, what about the people on the inside? If you're walking around the cargo bay of your buddy's freelancer and they start getting attacked, are you gonna get nailed in the head by someone's Ares Ion or Inferno from kilometers away? Or is it just components? I really hope that it's just components, because you can fix components, but if you're dying as a result to ship fire, that's all your chances gone.
And on your ships and your weapons.
So with damage penetration and misfires happening, that brings us to repair.
As your fight progresses and components take damage in your ship, it becomes the duty of some of your crew members to first investigate what are the issues caused by battle damage.
I really want CIG to do a firefighting calendar. I think it'd be really funny. They could just have a bunch of NPCs with their new fire extinguishers and just release a calendar for maybe like a digital goodies pack.
And go there to physically replace the parts in your ship.
So you have your multi-tool, so you have the...
Make Jared be all the photos. Make a real prop, and then have Jared make a calendar.
Salvage and repair, and the repair part of it also affects now ship components, precisely like what you see in the Arena Commander mode. You will be able to repair items that were fully destroyed. You will not be able to repair the item to its fullest, so you cannot repair an item that got fully destroyed to 100% health again. So to repair your ship components to the fullest, you actually have to bring them to the shop again and do the station repair. Or if you did think ahead and brought spare items with you, you can simply exchange them to pristine new ones. But with the caveat, it only works, just as a reminder, for size 1 and size 2 components. Size 3 and above cannot be exchanged using the tractor beam detach and attach mode. So,
okay, so question then. Let's pull up Urkel. Because one ship that I could see benefiting greatly from stuff like that. Come on. You can do it, Urkel. Oh, sorry, I bumped the microphone. Oh. Urkel.games is doing a M50 and Skull Crusher paint giveaway on X. So, oh. Alright. So, Hammerhead, right? It's great, because this is actually the ship I wanted to look at. All of its components are size 3. And I feel like the Hammerhead is one where it in particular would benefit from being able to use its internal cargo to store some spare components, because it's meant to get shot at. Maybe they're going to talk about ways to get around that, because they're just talking about the tractor beam attach and detach.
So now that we looked at what your responsibilities are in the physical space running around in your ship, let's take a look at what you do on the virtual part, which is power management and analysis of your ship on the engineering screen. So the first thing that you will see is the 3D view of your ship that highlights the location.
Okay, so I think those chevrons that we were seeing before, I think it is related to thruster power, because it says flight controller here.
Of all the ship components and how they are actually connected, where the relay positions are, what's the status of the relays are. You will see the holograms of each component.
As you can see, they have different colors. What they are representing is the overall state of the item. So an item that is very damaged, or it's on fire, or it's not getting enough power will be in a critical state. Items that are less damaged, are receiving only partial resources, or are going through a misfire, may have moderate colors. And items that are otherwise fine will have the functional or blue colors. Are otherwise fine. Misfire.
But okay, we got 2/3 of it. But why can't we just have the ones that are okay be green? Like, just use the muscle memory that players have and just make the good components green. I like cyan. My favorite color is blue, clearly, right? But green is good. Just make it green.
We have moderate colors, and items that are otherwise fine will have the functional or blue colors.
The biggest change that happened to the engineering UI screen is basically the power management part of it. UI screen.
I want to pay attention to this. I want to see what's going on. So over here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15 total blocks. And then he's going to assign some of it to the guns. And he gives it 4. Right? And it didn't have one before. Oh, no, there's this one over here too. Okay. I'm trying to think. This is the C1, right? So Crusader C1 Spirit has one size 2. Or maybe they're inside the C2 then. I'm trying to make this make sense in my head. A2, sorry. That's what I meant. A2 has 2 power plants. If anyone watching can find that post where they talked about the predicted changes to ship component size and ship quantity, that would probably be really helpful here, because I think it ties into that. Oh, I should leave Urkel up. Because what I'm thinking is, if this is the C1 and it's got 2 power plants, then it's got 30 blocks that it can allocate across the board.
The biggest change that happened to the engineering.
So we've got 15 unused ones here, and then we've got 1 remaining in this other power plant. That would be 14. So 14 should show up over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 10, 4, 14. So it looks like it is 1-to-1. The blocks that appear on the power plant side then get distributed to these different systems, and you're picking out how you're going to distribute those.
UI screen is...
So he sends 4 blocks of power to weapons, and it takes it out of the total pool that we have.
Basically the power management part of it. We moved away completely from slider control for every individual item. There is indicator now for fuel. This is not relevant for the initial release, but it will be relevant for the future. Next to it you see the power plant. The power plant segments gives you an idea of how many power segments you can distribute to the ship items.
And on the right of each of the power bars, you
distribute.
Sorry, there's a lot going on here. I want to make sure I'm understanding this. So right now they don't have anything allocated to life support. So you would have to be wearing your EVA suits, I would assume, right? And so you can send 10 to coolant, 5 to radar and life support. So if you want to fully power all of this stuff, that takes 1 full power plant. This one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tall. And I think that that's the quantum drive, right? So you might be stuck if you don't send any power to this. But if you're getting attacked, you have to leverage, okay, well, do we sacrifice some shield power so we can get the hell out of here? Or do we try and weather it out and buff our shields and weapons? So there's a lot of cool decisions that come from that. But you got 30 blocks to play with, and you got a lot more than 30 to figure out what you want to power. And maybe they have, and maybe they'll talk about this, but maybe there's some basal level of operability that the components just have. And so, you know, like if you don't allocate any power to radar, I would imagine that you can still see enemies that are within combat range of you, but you're probably not finding any rocks, right? Not finding any rocks or shipwrecks or anything like that. So your ability is going to be greatly decreased. That's what I would think.
To the ship items.
And on the right of each of the power bars, you can generally see the temperature bar. If it goes into overheating, the item will stop both consuming or producing, and it will be completely inoperable until it cools down again. So that means that assigning power to your coolers in advance is probably a good idea if you are going into a fight.
All the items on your ship generate heat, so this is where you can see the amount of heat that each item has accumulated, and you can see the amount of coolant that you are producing and whether or not you are also running a deficit. So what you want...
I made a video a while ago talking about making coolers great again, and so I am so glad to see that they are actually going to be useful. This is really cool. I do need to take a little mini break. I will be right back. In the meantime, I will play the intro for you, because I can do that somewhere. All right, I'm back.
Want to do is put as much power as you can into the coolers until your items do not overheat, but do not assign more resources than necessary because you are running a limited pool of resources.
The same applies to the life support generators. So you have to make sure that you produce enough life support resource that the demand is fulfilled in your ship. If your demand isn't fulfilled, it will cause some failures.
There's also a notifications panel. Here the main warnings about the state of the ship will be displayed. If an item is damaged, doesn't get enough power, or is misfiring, it will create a warning. You will be able to see it as a notification. Take a look at it, go to the item, or just remove it.
So you have an option that allows you to basically log.
Okay, there is so much going on in these. It's really kind of wild. So going over what they said with the life support, right? They've got 50% power allocated, and of that, they are consuming 37% of their current capacity. If they increase that, then this would decrease because they're now generating more life support. If they take power away, then it's going to jump up potentially into this red zone, and it's going to be a problem state. So that's really cool. And same thing goes with the cooling. So right now they're maxing out what the coolers can produce, and so they're using very little. If they decrease the power here, then it will increase the usage over here.
The controls so that you or the pilot, which has access to the MFD, which shares some of the power management functionality, do not conflict with your controls. So by locking this, you are able to override the MFD settings to only have it being authoritative from the engineering station.
You are able to take the power.
So now, who all is allowed to do that? Right? Are there rights set up where you can say, only I can do that? Or, no one else can do that? If you hack a ship, can you get around that?
Assignment you have at a given time and save it locally on your computer, meaning that when you fly again with this ship, or even if it's not your ship but somebody else's ship, you can quickly apply your presets. This is very useful in the middle of combat.
Very cool. That is a really good quality of life change. Well, I guess not change, but I'm glad that they thought of it, because you're really going to want to, you're going to have an engineering preset for combat, right? And that might look like maxed out shields, maxed out weapons, and maxed out thrusters. But you just tell everybody that they've got to wear their EVA suits, and you're taking the quantum drive offline, and so all of it is going into trying to keep the ship fighting, right? So you'd have that, but then you don't always want to wear the EVA suit, so then you have another preset where now you activate all the creature comforts, and you're trying to jump from system to system. You're not trying to get into combat all the time, so you just want to have this maxed out so you can have faster quantum action. So really, really glad to hear that they've got configs. That is a great attention to detail.
And you can quickly switch to a combat preset where you will give, for example, more power to shields, weapons, and thrusters. Or at the same time, you may want to have some nap mode preset where you reduce the power to everything and just put it on the bare minimum so there's no degradation or misfires related to power use.
So you can set a preset on your ship and then jump on somebody else's ship and load it up?
Indeed. Your presets are stored locally, so as long as you have access to the screen and you're using the same ship, you can apply a preset. Obviously, if the components have changed or the ship has a different loadout, the preset might not apply perfectly and you might need to adjust it, but it gives you a quick baseline on how your power is assigned.
All right, saved locally. Does that mean that it's client side and we can share presets then? Because that's what that makes me think.
We hope that with these changes, players
please make that a thing if that's not something that they've already thought about. if because you're going to have people that are going to really dedicate themselves to doing engineering gameplay, right? And so giving those people the ability to tailor a preset and just, you know, really get in on the nitty-gritty details on it and then share that, like, that's great. That is a really good way to get people interacting as a community.
Because we'll have more varied opportunities to experience the game. We'll encounter more situations where it feels relevant and enjoyable to have multi-crew gameplay in the ships, so that you do not think it's just about filling in the battle positions, like the turrets and the pilot seats, but it's more involved gameplay to actually manage your ships and try to fix the ongoing situations that occur within them. And we also hope that this makes larger vehicles, which have more interior space, both more troublesome but also more enjoyable to play with.
We are still working hard to get it done for all of you. There are ships that already have the functionality. There are still ships that we are working on. But overall, we are super excited to finally get it into the PU. So the Arena Command Experimental Mode was already fun to observe what you can do with the entire system. And now with having the feedback from that, adjusting the gameplay a little from the feedback that we received from you, I am really looking forward to see what you all will be doing with it.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that there's a sweet new interface for dedicated engineering terminals aboard spacecraft. That the first implementation of armor and damage penetration means that the ways that you kill and keep your spaceships alive will fundamentally change. And that when this arrives in the PU, life aboard spaceships will never be the same again. Now, that's it for this season of Inside Star Citizen, while everybody here turns their focus towards the upcoming CitizenCon, where we'll be showcasing the future of Star Citizen beyond Alpha 4.0. Yes, it's a show you're not going to want to miss. So from the small team that makes every ISC, thank you so much for letting us stretch our proverbial wings this year. Thank you for continuing to let us share the people and process of game development with you, and we'll see you all back here after the big show. Wow, I can't believe we got to...
Okay, we'll see you after we got to the big show. What do you guys think he was going to say there? What spoiler was he alluding to? I thought that was a great episode. If they have to take a break, I think that's a pretty good one to end on. Wow, my head is kind of just reeling from, and this is what happens every time Star Citizen talks about a new feature. I'm just thinking about all the possibilities that might exist. Doing a lot of theory crafting in my head. Was there anything else that I wanted to kind of talk about? Oh, yeah. So it looks like a lot of the stuff that they showed so far, it applies more to larger ships, which makes sense. I am concerned from the combat perspective because while it's not all of the game, it is a very influential part of the game. And it's something that you have to think about with all of these multi-crew ships. How do you make it so that engineering is fun and rewarding instead of just punishing? And I think that there's a lot of ways to go about that. You can make multi-crew ships absolute chunguses when it comes to ship armor and shield health. And so it just takes a really long time to bring them down. And that would give your occupants inside the ship time to complete these engineering tasks. And you would basically do that by having the jump from like a size 1 shield to a size 2 be significantly less than going from a size 2 to a size 3. So that's one way to do it. But yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things we're going to have to see how it plays out. And they've got something goofy going on in here. Yep, there's the top. pretty good episode. I'm impressed. Let's see if there's any discussion about it going on. Kind of annoyed CIG doesn't allow players to swap size 3 and 4 components. Easily could force you to split them up into subparts to fit out the door into cargo bays and such. Yeah, you know, we were talking about that a little bit ago, Schlag. Like, think about a ship like the Hammerhead, right? You're planning on getting into combat with the Hammerhead, so it would seem to make sense that you're probably going to want to swap components on those larger ships more, especially the combat-oriented ones. We do the exact same thing on real aircraft when removing internal parts that are too big to pull out the door. Yep. Agreed. You're speaking my language. I want to be able to fix all the things. Oh, come on. What am I looking for? The dev tracker. Community. It's harder to find stuff. I'm not used to this yet. Ladders make FPS frustrating. Yes. Yeah, I mean, extra guns too, because, I mean, you lose a turret, you want to be able to repair it, you might not be done with your mission. Though this could be incentive for small crews to fly ships of size 2 and below, as you can be more independent, where large component ships should have engineers keeping up with the issues as they happen. But see, I feel like that kind of conflicts with the premise of engineering, because the need for engineering is something that scales up as the ship size increases. And so I feel like you should have more options to do engineering the larger your ship is. Because you end up with a very similar situation with the single seat fighters, right? There's not a whole lot you can do aside from preventive stuff, reallocating power, for example. And then you step up to that sweet spot range of a multi-crew ship with size 1 and 2. Now you have space to get up and move around and do repairs actively. You can still reallocate power as needed. And then you jump up to a size 3-4 component ship. You just have to have like tons of RMC on hand. But I feel like that just limits the gameplay potential that you have. And I don't know. I feel like taking it away at the larger ship sizes isn't the answer. I feel like they might want to rethink that a little bit. But that's just my initial thought, you know, based off of what I've seen so far. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it is fun if the only option is Magic Beam. I feel like you should be able to swap stuff out more. Acidic cave type, luminous pools of water, and dramatic stalactites and stalagmites. These caves provide a captivating setting for exploration, FPS missions, missing person missions, and more. Rock caves, bioluminescent mushrooms, MFD rework, So this is presumably coming to the 3.24.2 patch. Okay, so we're going to get new rock caves, but those will eventually replace the ones that exist in Stanton with a updated, better thought out layout, I guess. Distribution centers, however, I noticed that with the increase in NPC reaction speed, you mentioned they're getting better, and they really do. It's becoming really more challenging. This is all fantastic news. Oh, that is good news. Um, yeah, I know that. I mean, Mike had a particularly bad experience, so he was a little extra salty this week. But watching him watch 10 pound 42 and then realizing that everybody else had a much better experience, um, I'm glad that everyone though is having a better experience, because I think there's a lot of people that were in Mike's case where they felt very disappointed in what they were seeing. And I don't think that we're going to see massive improvements until we get all the largest contributors fixed. But hopefully that this means that there's not so many of those as some of us might be thinking. But it's been really interesting to see the really wide spectrum of experiences that people have been having. Like, Mike had a really bad one. Burks was doing pretty good. 10 pound 42 was kind of in the middle. But hopefully we can get everybody enjoying the game. This guy's talking about ladders. I agree. Ladders really kind of suck. What is he responding to? Ladders are in the schedule, and it's our intention to make them better as they are far too sticky for connecting, awkward, and slow. Yes! I would also love to be able to quickly drop down a ladder. I've got 10,000 hours in Dota. Words on the internet can no longer hurt me. Yeah, Zach, you're a stud. I like Zach. And Yogi. But yeah, ladders are pretty terrible. Oh, this one's talking about the RMQ test. Let's read about it. Starting today, we will be running a meshing test on the Tech Preview channel for up to 24 hours to further test the newly dedicated replication message queue, along with server meshing to test configuration performance. Thank you all so much for testing with us last week. Through all the data gathered, the team identified multiple bottlenecks in network performance and have worked on a slew of performance optimization on the network side, as well as some meshing specific stability improvements that were blocking us from pushing further into higher caps. We are intending to leave this build up for 24 hours, but could come down sooner if blocking issues occur. This test will have each Stanton shard split into many authoritative zones. We are planning to start out with one DGS with 100 players as a baseline, and increase this and push as far as we can throughout the test. This test will run on the latest 3.24 branch in the Stanton system with replication message queue and static meshing, and we'll be attempting to increase the player cap as we progress to limit test. We will be doing many server captures over the length of the test to gather performance data. Currently, R&R station elevators will teleport players back inside the station when attempting to use them. Landing zones and LEOs are unaffected. Avoid R&Rs, as this will cause you to get stuck until you fast travel back to a medical facility. Backspace. All right. So, how far can they go? 1,000 would be pretty cool. Oh. I just realized since I'm not watching a video at the moment, I don't need to wear the headphones. So the base building feature making by one developer. Really? Update? Not really. Okay. What is he talking about? Oh. Yeah, I mean, I think that just goes along with the progress tracker is not really a progress tracker. It's a desire tracker, and there's a lot of inaccuracies just inherent with trying to convey an engineering project to the masses. Okay, well, I think that's all the Star Citizen news I want to get caught up on today. So let's get into the real meat and potatoes of our stream today. We've got a new CAD project to tackle. And I'm going to be making this on Onshape because I really like Onshape. And we're going to create a new folder because we're going to go for making an entire P8 family of stuff. So, new folder, new document, and I think for now I can hide these two views, not super important. And ahead of stream, I went and snagged some reference photos for me to use for this. So here we got a shot of the P8SC. Now, the one that won the, or the weapon that won the poll is the P8AR. And that is going to be the primary goal of this CAD project. But if we look at the P8SC, which is the SMG version, and we look at the P8AR, we start to notice some very interesting things. And this is going to be very important as we're trying to make this whole family of weapons. If we were to draw a line and we just follow this contour from the back of the rifle down through this curve towards the front here, all of this on the P8SC, in spite of it being a smaller pistol caliber, is the exact same between these two rifles. The control setup is the same. The sizing of this section specifically is the same. What changes is the upper receiver and the magwell. So when I look at this, I see a lot of similarities between the AR platform of rifles. So if you look at an AR-15, right? So here's your typical AR with a lower receiver and an upper receiver. And if we then look at an AR-10, we see that they are very similar, but the difference is the AR-10 has a longer magwell because it's chambering a larger round, and then the upper receiver is likewise scaled in a very similar manner. We can then look at an AR-9. Which is basically an AR-15 chambered in 9mm. And we see the opposite is true in this case. The magwell is shorter. The hardware up top is scaled down a little bit. But the cool part about this level of modularity is if you build a AR-9 lower, you can build any number of AR-9 uppers and they will all be compatible. Same goes for the AR-10 and the AR-15. Now there's a couple rifles like the SCAR and the ACR or the Masada from Magpul that are actually compatible between different uppers on different while using the same lower. And it looks like that's a little bit of what is going on with the P8 family. Because what I think is going on here is the idea is that this section here with the bearing logo on it is interchangeable, and you could rechamber this weapon by taking off the upper receiver and this magwell section and putting different components on it, and then you can up chamber or down chamber the rifle. So as we're doing the CAD side of things, I want to try and keep that functionality. So my goal is going to be to design this section really well as a component and parameterize this part and the upper receiver so that by changing the configuration in Onshape, you can quickly print different versions based on your liking. You know, so if you wanted to do a really short P8 AR, you know, so with the P8 SC length, for instance, you should be able to do that by changing some of the parameters in the variables. Now, this photo is going to be very important because since they are essentially the same, what I can do is I can so let me explain it this way. P8 SC, because it's already in the game, we have great profile views of it. I don't have the same information available to me for the P8 AR. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a lot of my design work with the P8 SC, and then by parameterizing it, I should be able to make it scale up to the P8 AR. And so we'll be kind of killing two birds with one stone. There's also a lot of stuff that is similar, but there's a lot of small tweaks. Like the P8 AR doesn't have the same cutouts here on this front section. So we'll want to consider that when we're making our different configurations. But for now, let's copy this. Actually, no. From Onshape, I can just do... can import, and I'll find the image again. Okay, so there's our P8 SC, and we want to try and get some good reference geometry that we can use for fleshing out the rest of the design. I'm going to grab something. Where did I put it? I knew I was going to need it for this. Found it. Oh, crap. Immediately dropped the retaining bolt. This is a... can't remember if it's Magpul or if it's just some random no-name brand. I think it's probably a random no-name brand. This is an AR-15 style pistol grip. And I'm going to try to incorporate this into the design here. It's fairly close. I might modify this to remove this back strap section. But this will give us a pretty good reference geometry for scaling this to proper human size. And the shape is close enough that I think that it'll be a pretty nice fit for anyone trying to use this as an airsoft prop. I always like to try to use standardized hardware whenever I can, because it gives the end user a lot more customizability options. So this will be the grip that we're going with. And I think I want to center this. What would be a good origin point? I think this is as good a place as any, actually. So now we got our handy dandy calipers. Best tool ever. Switch to millimeter mode. Hey McKinney, how you doing? And we're going to take some baseline measurements. So this grip is 97, 98. I'm going to round up to 100 millimeters. I'm going to put the origin right there. So you are now 10 centimeters. And because that's the first dimension placed, it makes it so that it automatically scales the design. I don't know if you just heard that. There's a little beeping going on. I hired a robot. So what's going on is that is the gimbal trying to keep track of me, but I keep accidentally giving it signals, so it keeps trying to interpret what I'm doing. But I got this because this is going to be my personal assistant for filming some videos in the future, so I can move around, and the AI tracking whoa, come on. I'm over here, bud. There we go. So the AI tracking kind of helps me stay in frame a little easier. It's struggling a little bit right now because I have it mounted on a very weak tripod. Oh, and it has some cords that are pulling on it at the moment. So both of those, it's not a fan of. Let me get the app set up again. There we go. Have it hold that position. Yeah, still a work in progress for sure. But as I'm going to be doing more engineering focused videos, this will help me a lot when it comes to making some of that content. Okay, so we've got our origin determined, and I believe the dimension that I've used as a width is 40 at the widest. It's going to be kind of tough to fit things where they need to go. So let me grab one more thing. Be right back. I actually do know where this one is. Okay, YouTube. These are not real rifles. These are airsoft guns. They are also completely unloaded. There's no batteries in them. We are totally safe. We're not doing anything against terms of service. We are following the rules here. Please don't cancel me. But the reason why I get this out is you'll see that the grip on this airsoft version is actually quite a bit thicker than the real steel version. And that's because typically with airsoft guns, you have a motor in this grip. And so it has to be quite a bit thicker to wrap around the motor. Now this is an HPA version, which I painted myself, by the way. So, you know, I'm quite proud of it. Right now I've got two lowers mixed, so I do have the lower that matches the upper, but this is my brother's lower, and I just have it on here for the time being. But this is actually this might actually be a closer replica to what the P8 has, so I might use that instead. They're about the same grip width. No, I'm going to stick with this because this is much easier to mount. The other downside to the airsoft ones is the mounting is two tiny screws way at the very top of the grip, and they're a pain to work with, so we don't really want to use that. And compared to their real steel counterparts, here we've got a Tavor 21. The upper receiver tends to be a little bit thicker and girthier as well. So the real steel Tavor 21 is going to be a little bit more ergonomic than this. Again, that's just a function of the components inside are a little different. So you're trying to dress something up like a real steel weapon, but it's not. And so there's some lack of optimizations that come from that. The reason I have this one out, though, is one thing I'd like to replicate is the bolt hold open action that we have there. So this has AEG parts on the inside, and you have to be able to adjust the hop-up unit in order to change the trajectory of your BBs. And so the way that they've made that easier is when you pull back the fake charging handle, it pulls back this cover, and then it locks it back. And then you have a simple button that you push up from here on the bottom, and then it'll snap forward again. So I'd like to replicate that in some capacity on our P8 family, because it's a very useful thing to have. And I've never done a functional bolt on any of my designs before, and so I think that that would be a really cool challenge. But essentially what that would look like is we get this silvery part here to lock back and expose the hop up so you can make your adjustments, and then send it forward when you're ready to go back into the field. Let's see. Okay, so when we complete the sketch, it goes into more of a transparent mode, which is perfect. We're going to start by carving out the basic geometry for the lower receiver. Another thing that I want to ensure that I do is I want to make this section here, the grip guard, I want to make that removable, and same for the shoulder strapping that goes back here. I want that to be removable as well. That way the end user who prints this can decide if they want to be screen accurate or a little more practical. Come on. Oh, I know why it's not liking that. We'll approach from the other side. And then we'll make a vertical guy here. Set these as horizontal to each other. Then make these two tangent, and that will help fix our curve there a little bit. This guy needs to be tangent as well. And we're going to leave these as sharp corners for the time being. If we zoom in really close, you can see that most of them do have a little bit of a fillet, but we want to add those last. Just go through and set as many of the constraints that we can. So things that are vertical, we want to mark them as vertical. Things that are horizontal, we want to mark them as horizontal. It's always better to constrain something if you can, as opposed to giving it a dimension. Dimensions are more calculation intensive, but they also place a lot more restrictions on your design later. So if you want to change something, if it's dimensioned, it's going to be a lot more difficult than if it's constrained. These are did leave a message to you, Odd Job, on Twitch. Yeah, is that talking about the moderator? Is that what you're talking about, Wills? Um, I do need to get some moderators set up. I don't have them at the moment. But yeah, I will be going through Discord to take some applications. Yeah, we had one last time pop up for a brief minute. Okay, so that looks like pretty good to me. Fix that a little bit there. Okay, we're gonna have to set a radius on that to get it to stop bugging out. And then you can see that there's a chamfer here. The weapons in Star Citizen are very well designed. Um, I was tempted to go back and re-watch the weapon content team ISC that they did this year, because you can tell that one of those guys is a major gun guy, and it really shows in the quality of these designs. They're very well considered from a ergonomic standpoint. Because I've done some Halo designs, I can tell you those ones are garbage when it comes to ergonomics. Halo is very, very unoptimized for the human form. But seeing these things like this little chamfer here, like you can tell that someone who's shot some guns designed that, because that's not something that you would just put in. When I did the BR-75, that one is very chunky right where your finger is supposed to wrap around the trigger. So it's very uncomfortable. It's not practical as a prop at all, except for it looks the part, right? But as user experience, terrible. No good. So since we're going to try to use AR-15 pistol grip, let's try and get some dimensions for what that's supposed to look like. I've done this before. I always forget. You know what? I have a better way of doing this. I have them built into some of my designs already, so I'll just pull one of those out. I've already done the hard work. I just need to find the file that has it. So this is a RM277 model I was working on for a while. I might still finish it. For the time being, I'm going to take a break from it. But it does have the correct dimensions here. So I'm going to pull out my phone, actually, and I'm just going to write some notes here. Okay, so let's grab the... Man, it's actually been a while since I've used SolidWorks. I've been using Onshape so much that I need to reaccustom myself to the stuff going on here. So that is a blind hole 5.5 millimeters. And these dimensions are going to be a little different from what you would find taking actual caliper measurements. And these I've already tested with 3D prints, and so they're optimized for 3D printing. 3D printing, you're going to get a little bit of shrinkage. So 9.54, I mean, that's kind of a weird dimension, right? But that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I've already done the hard part in some of these other designs, so why reinvent the wheel, right? Uh, 30-degree angle. Depth of cut. $19.45. Oh, where'd we go? I need this radius. That one took a while to actually get, so definitely want to get that. $31.8. And 23.7. Oh, let's get this one too. 7.8 and 4.43. All right, so you got all the major dimensions I need. Now I can close SolidWorks because I don't think we'll need to reference that again. Oh. $7.8 millimeters. And And this should be constrained already, so I don't need to measure the length of that, because once I define this, all those shapes will be fixed. Oh. 31.8 millimeters. There we go. Now, for now, I'm going to say that that is 135. And I need to move this. This might be. I don't want to make departures from the design this early. What can I do? The problem that I'm running into here is the standardized mounting hardware that I want to use. It's not going to fit here because I need to make it shorter. I already talked about modifying this to take off the back strap. That would help a little bit. I could sand it even more and take more of it off. Do something kind of like that, which might be the way to go. Looking at that, that gives a pretty close comparison to what it looks like in the game. So if I do that, we'll make those coincident for now. That's definitely not a 135, is it? Let's try 150. Does that look right? That's pretty close. I think that's close enough that I want to leave it like that. And then we're going to let that define itself. Let's see. I'm going to add to my variable table what the original dimension was supposed to be. Oh, I don't think OnShape allows spaces. So let me fix that. There we go. Now it's happy. And you are 23.7 millimeters. So that way I won't have to look it up later. And we'll save these other ones here too. Okay. So we've got those saved, so we can reference them later. And you'll notice that until we get things properly constrained, things are going to move around. This is a good learning experience, though, of why you need to make sure that you get everything properly defined. Otherwise, if someone else were to open this file, they might get a totally jumbled mess. And whenever we get weird decimals, I'm just going to round down or up to the nearest sensible dimension, because no one wants to, like, what was that before? It was 1.308, so 0798. So yeah, that's close enough to 1.3 that it's 1.3. So that's what that's going to be. Except for the ones that I've already spent a lot of time dialing in. My suspicions are correct. I use plasticity to do my 3D hard surface models. I do not know what plasticity is. Oh wait, I think I do actually. It's a newer modeling one, isn't it? Yeah, so it's supposed to be kind of like a hybrid between vector modeling and CAD. What I'm hearing is that you're dipping your toes in CAD, and that is fantastic. What's been your experience with CAD so far, Steve? No CAD experience. Well, you're braver than most. You at least tried. Fusion 360. A lot of universities use it. I'm not a fan of Fusion 360. I don't really like it. I come from a SolidWorks background, and SolidWorks is very powerful, but it misses some of the abilities you can do with Fusion 360 in the way of like scripting. Those are really cool, but I just don't like the workflow of Fusion 360. Onshape is kind of somewhere in the middle, and it is free. So I would highly recommend you give it a shot. Yeah, so you're probably a lot more familiar with all kinds of vector modeling then, because that's what 3ds Max is, right? So this being gray means that it's a driven dimension. And so it's just a reference. It's not actually controlling anything, but if this is 90 and this is 130, then you can do some basic subtraction to figure out that this is 140. Painting one of these would probably be pretty fun. Way to give away the the ending, McKinney. We're gonna get to that eventually. but yes, I plan to take this through the whole prop workflow. So we're going to design it in CAD, print it, make sure it works, and then we're going to do painting, weathering. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, vertex modeling. I think I called it vector modeling before, but vertex modeling is the one that I've heard. I'm kind of a pansy when it comes to vertex modeling. It's very foreign to me, and CAD is where I feel safe. So I'm just gonna leave these because they're kind of nice to see. Okay, so that was a little bit more of a jump than maybe I wanted. So I'll revert that back to something a little closer. Instead of rounding up to 2, I'll round up to 1.75. That's a much smaller jump from where it was before. Have you worked on any projects we might recognize? Oh, NDA. Look at this guy, Mr. High Roller here. That's cool, man. It's stressful because as an artist you want to share your work but not allowed to. You know what? I feel you there. Okay, I don't like 138 as an angle, but that's going to be a critical one for fitting the aesthetic, so we'll respect it. My mom, very patient woman, but she has to listen to me showing off artwork a lot. And not all of it is as skillfully produced as what you're seeing here. But I think it's pretty natural feeling that as an artist you want to share. Okay, I'm going to delete this for now because I don't want to have to deal with it bugging out. And then I think I want to kind of loop back around and come back to there. Yeah, someone who is interested in something finds someone who is slightly interested in the same thing. We'll talk about that thing. Yep. And because my mom is a great woman, she pretends to be very interested in a lot of stuff she does not care about because I get excited about it. She does watch my videos though. So, you know, that's cool. Nope, too much. Okay, I'm going to round that down to 1.6 because it's already a little higher. So that brought it more in line with where I wanted that point to be. Let's try 135 actually. Yeah, I think 135 fits that better. I'm going to round that, move that up more. I think that fits better. Okay, first off, I want to set these ones equal to each other. Move this down to where it's supposed to be. And we'll set this one first because the curves are referencing it. Let's see if I make these vertical. Yeah, okay. So those look pretty good. Now because they're equal, we can tweak them together a little bit. Let's see what that angle is. What if we make it 2? 2.2 definitely looks better. What if we make this one 2.2 then? No, definitely not. See, this one's vertical, so that's going to be 130, so I don't need to define that. And let's set it between these guys. Okay, so we have that 142 angle popping up a few times. Keep that in mind because we're going to use that to our advantage in just a minute. There we go. That's what I wanted. Let's see. Let's make these ones perpendicular to each other. Except they might not be quite perpendicular. I think it's close enough that I'm gonna go with it. Okay. So I think that we're looking pretty good as far as referencing the original design. Now we want to try and clean up our dimensions a little bit. So I mentioned that we see this 140 and this 142 angle pop up. So we can change those into variables. Let's see, what's the first place we see that? Actually, let's do this first. Let's see what this angle is with 8 degrees. So if that's 8 degrees, 142 minus 8 is 134. $134 is pretty close to 135. But I'm pretty confident about the angles here, so I don't want to change anything to 135. what I'm trying to do is I want to simplify a lot of this. I don't want to have quite so many dimensions all fighting for power here. So I feel like there's a lot of space to shrink some of these degrees, these angle measurements down, and if we can turn them into a variable, we can have more control because all we have to do is change the variable and then everything else will update. Let's think here. See, okay. Well, here's what I want to know. I want to know what angle do I have here currently that is setting this to be at this 8 degrees. So if I get rid of that one, for instance, and nice. Second working night vision sight. They are exceptionally rare, which is good. Ah, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So let's make that a driving dimension then. And now we'll set this to magazine tilt angle. Okay, so by doing that, we got rid of 2 of our angle measurements because there was one here and there was one up here. But we simplified it so that now if I change magazine tilt over here, hey, look, we just rocked it forward a little bit. We can do whatever we want. No, I didn't. I actually haven't played since you and I got on. Well, I played a little bit to get some footage of the P8, as we'll see in a bit. But I have no idea what happened to that. Schlag and I went hunting for night vision scopes. We found one, and I had it on a pretty sweet S71. And then somehow, on the way back to the ship, it deleted itself from my inventory. And it was gone forever. Very sad. Okay, so we have that one. We can probably set some of these as an equation relative to the magazine tilt angle. See, let's try grabbing one of these. How are they wanting to move around right now? It's only the 3x that work. I've got plenty, but none of them work yet. See, we only found the one that night. And I don't think the one that I had was a 3x, and it was working fine. It was really cool for the few minutes that I did have it in hand. Oh, okay. I was still in the dimension mode, so that's how they're allowed to move right now. So there's nothing constraining this vertically. Let's do this. Let's get rid of those ones. Whoops. So it might seem like we didn't make a whole lot of progress here because we've still got a lot of the same dimensions essentially being made, but this is a little cleaner of a format, and so I like that more. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to make these into equations of each other. So for instance, let's pull up Desmos. Helps if you spell it right. So 10.35 divided by 3.25, what does that give us? Not a nice decimal. I think that one of these is going to work out, though. Maybe that one. That's almost 0.75. That might be a nice one to work with. Point 8625. I actually like that. Let's see. Oh, okay. We got one more shot at getting a really cool one. Those should be perpendicular to each other. No, actually they should be parallel. Okay, so actually I think the best way to do this is if we know the total magazine well height is 14.5, we can set these to be fractions of 14.5. That's how I should do this. So let's get rid of these. And this one equals 14.5. U now equal magwell height divided by 4.4615. And it's still technically 3.25, right? We'll unveil the magic at the end there. Let's get the one for 10.35. Okay. So now the cool thing is everything is defined based on magwell height. So if I change this to 15, all of those change a little bit. What if I change it to 17? Now it gets a little broken. Set it back to 14.5. So if we build the rest of the magwell dimensions this way, then they will all work the same way. That they'll scale with each other. So this does end up being better for trying to replicate this, because if we need to make tweaks in the future, we'll be able to make little adjustments by changing this one value instead of having to change all of these individually. So now we want to do something similar to the width of the no, not the width, the length. Oh, what's should get these other ones on the other side too. Do I want to have it that way? It's probably okay. Not going to worry about it. Okay, so I know somewhere I set these as distance to 1. Oh, it's right there. 1.05. Let's move that down here. Ooh, actually, no, let's So now when we define things in terms of magwell length, it's actually defined in terms of magwell height. So now, if I change this again, all of those scale somewhat. But it did break, so what's breaking here? This should have dropped down. Why didn't you drop down? No, it did. You should have moved. Why didn't you move? What's going on here? Oh, I know what it is. I didn't change this one. There we go. So we've still got some to figure out. Get rid of that one too. Okay, so I think we should be set such that I can change this and everything scales appropriately. Looks like that is actually working. Now we want to do something similar with all these ones across the bottom. I want this 13.21. Actually, I can take it a little further. I want from that point to the very back. We can round that up to 16.5. What do I want to call this? It's not the lower receiver length. Just go with that. Actually, one of those does need to stay. This 3.18 needs to stay, because that doesn't come from this document. So now we'll define this in terms of that bottom. Okay, that made a little bit of an adjustment, but I think I'm okay with it. So now, if I change this to 18, makes the lower receiver a little longer. So we have some adjustability built in that way. I think I'm okay with these ones being the way that they are. Mag weld to back divided by 2.92. I want to change this one actually. I think I can define this with an angle instead. Yeah, I like that better. A little simpler. And then it won't be quite so sensitive to length changes. We need to keep that one. I'm going to move these ones to be kind of stuck inside, so I know not to kind of touch them in that area. Okay, now what happens if we change this? Okay, we still got a little bit of wonkiness, but we're getting a lot closer. We're clearly missing some that we haven't changed yet. So where are the ones that aren't updating? That one's not updating, is it? Magwell height divided by 7 point. Okay, does that fix everything? And just gonna check to make sure that I am still streaming. Okay, yeah, it still says I'm live. Okay, good. Okay, I think I'm ready to do. I still want to fix it so that it's parameterized correctly. I think what's causing me the issue is these measurements in here. I need these ones to not be locking down the ones around it. So this one's fine because it's referencing geometry that is part of P8. I need to figure out what is... Oh! Let's get rid of that. That might have been the one I was missing. So close. I'm missing just a couple more. Those are all degrees, so those are okay. Might be the radii that's throwing us. I don't know if it works out mathematically, but I'm going to try it. 16.5 divided by 4.5. Do the same thing with that one. 9.43. And same for this one back here. Okay. I think it's closer, but I think if I want to do that, I need to get rid of any radii measurements. And we can do that by turning them into height and width. Oh, wait. Okay, what's fixing these? See, I'm fairly confident if I can fix these radii, then I can make all of this scale equally with each other. That's an equation. This one's not. Okay, that fixes it. Oh, whoops. Oh, missed a number there. Okay. One more time. Still, you know what? I'm going to call it good for now. We've got some adjustability built in, so by changing one single variable, we can change a lot about the design of the gun so far. Am I in frame? Yes. Am I in frame over here? Yes, I am. Okay. Just gonna back that up a little bit. All right, so I know it takes a bit more setup, but the benefit of doing it parametrically is that we have more control over the design in the end. So now we're ready to do our first extrude, and if we hide this for a minute, we can see that this looks to be flush with the grip here, and that would make sense. So what we want to do is we want to extrude that by this distance. So we grab our calipers again. 20.2. And we're going to make that symmetric. And now we need to work out how to fit everything into this lower receiver. That's where it's going to get kind of tricky, because I've got to get the trigger, the magazine release mechanism, and whatever that thing is. I think it's supposed to be a stock release. I've got to get it to fit into this. I just want to do that face though. And let's make the 2.02 another variable. And then we can actually make that referenced here. Oh, did I screw it up? Oh. It's cuz okay. All right. Now I can reference it. And if I add a chamfer right now, what does that look like? That actually gets me pretty close to what I want. I think what I want to do though is I want to set it up as a nope, nope, that's not what I want actually. So I do want this to be equidistant, but oh, in SolidWorks it's a variable radius. does 60 look like? 60 is the wrong way. 30. 30 is probably better. But I need it to stop here. So I need it to not be chamfering right there. What if I chamfer this one? Okay, there gotta be missing something here. On shape. There's currently not a variable chamfer. See what these guys are talking about. So kind of a similar scenario. All right, so how did they do that? Variable fillet. Okay, let's take a look at what these guys did to make this. Okay, so he did a sweep. All right, that would give me the result I want. Let's do that. So if I want to do that, then I can create sketch on this plane. I don't think I want these parallel or perpendicular actually. I want to set an angle between them. And I think I like 60. So now if I sweep that, along this with remove. Okay, I think okay, let's focus on getting just this, because I think what's going on is it sweeps and then kind of goes across and then starts sweeping back up. That's what it looks like is going on to me. So if I can figure out how to get these oriented properly. Lock profile direction. No. This is not doing that. Oh! See that? That looks good. That's it. That is it. And then we can do a similar thing on this other side. So let's make them the same sketch so that they're easy to find if we need to make changes later. Okay, and then we need to fix the sweep so that doesn't include those, so that it's only acting on that face and that face. And then we can do the other sweep. And I think we want to keep profile orientation again. That's looking pretty good. So now it looks like this piece comes out a little bit. So I'm going to assume that this face and this face are on the same plane with each other, but this one is extruded out. That doesn't look right. Yeah, and this one's probably 35 too. Okay, make this parallel with that. Delete the horizontal relation. Make these two parallel. Get rid of the vertical relation. Make these tangent. Okay, it looks like it gets a little wonky there, but I'm going to fix that with a fillet in just a minute. That looks pretty good. And I want to set all of these equal. Then I can define all of them at once. Okay, that's all defined. Except I need to actually use these other ones. There we go. So that'll give a 2.5 millimeter indentation. I think I want it to be a little less. There we go. And let's see. I'm going to incorporate this circle as well. That looks fairly good. Let's look at our reference photo. Now, see, it's actually kind of a shallow fillet. It might be a fillet with a sharp angle, too. So it might not be nice and smooth like that. We could do another sweep. That's probably the best way to do that, actually. So we'll draw it on this face. We'll do a center point arc. No, 3-point arc. So now by moving the radius point, I can increase the amount of it that gets filleted. So I can adjust it like that, and then give that a radius. And then we can sweep that. Except I need it to extend past that. Nope, that's not what we want to do. Let's try this one. Nope. Okay. But what I can do is just add a line that's parallel to that one. And we can just give it a length because it doesn't matter. And then we can still sweep this. And now it does the cut like we want. Okay, I think this is where I want to stop on the design part for now. I want to go through a couple things. First off, we've got a brain for this project donated by PCBWay. PCBWay is a multi-manufacturing service for makers and professionals, and it's really pretty cool. So I commissioned someone to design the PCB for me. This is the first iteration. It's very, very basic, but PCBWay was very quick in getting it to me, and this has some pretty cool functionality. Let's plug it into my computer here. And I'll need to aim the camera down a little bit. Other way. So what we've got here like you can see my spare tire. Oh, okay. Robot just died. Let's look at this manually then. I think when I want to stream in the future, I'll need to figure out a way to keep the gimbal powered as well, because it ran out of juice. I'll be right back. There we go. Got this plugged into a more traditional tripod. Let's see how close I can get this to the... This should be decent. Zoom in further. Let's see. So what this allows you to do is there's a number of variables that you would want to control when you are when you're okay, come on. Let's do it this way. Set up like that so I can still read chat. Okay, so there's a number of settings that you want to be able to control on the airsoft gun. You want to be able to control the shot delay, and this is some custom firmware that I helped build to control these various things. So shot delay is one of them. You might want to decrease the shot delay. This would be the amount of time in milliseconds between allowing you to fire the next round. So we can set that, and then now it's 195 instead of 200 milliseconds. We can do a burst delay. Same deal. We can lower the number to make it so that things will shoot faster. The one downside right now is we don't have a hold function for the buttons, so you do have to kind of go through individually. Dwell time is the amount of time that the solenoid is held open. And trigger debounce is it's to clean up the signal, to make it so that when you pull the trigger, it only activates once instead of activating possibly hundreds of times. Burst shots, we can increase the number of rounds that fire from a single burst. And then shot limit, you can artificially set a magazine size for the gun. So right now this is running off of the 5-volt power from the USB on my computer, but this is designed to run off of the same battery that powers the HPA system. And so this bank of screw terminals that we have across the bottom here, that's what these are all for. You have one that's going to the battery. You have another going to the solenoid, and the solenoid is also controlled with a MOSFET, which is underneath the screen here, so you can't really see it, but there is a MOSFET there. And what this allows it to do is the input voltage, which is 7.4, gets stepped down to 3.3 logic voltage, and then that's what all of the Arduino pieces are running on. But then the solenoid, which does need that higher voltage, the MOSFET acts as a gate that when you pull the trigger, it allows that voltage to go through. But then we've got all of these guys. These are corresponding to what would exist on a Arduino Nano board, and I did it that way so that it would be as easy as possible for someone to configure. You can build this from scratch using a Arduino as the base. This is just a much nicer way to look at all of that. But you'll have a common ground way over here. You have a 5-volt output if you want to control some LEDs for like a muzzle flash. And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pins to decide what you want to do with them. So one's going to be the trigger, one's going to be your fire selector. You can have another one be a magazine detection. And so that's how you enforce the shot limit variable. And after you set all of these up, you can close the software, and it'll just run based off of everything that you've told it to do. So this is cool for a number of reasons. Let me grab something. Be right back. Okay, so this thing right here has been the bane of my existence. This is a Spartan trigger board. This is what the solenoid comes with by default, and this is $60, and I've broken several of them because they are very delicate. There's also a number of limitations. You can't access any of the settings that are stored on this, and so it comes with whatever firmware is flashed onto it, and that's it. You can't do anything else to change it. So by going with what is essentially an Arduino in a different birthday suit, We give a lot more freedom to the end user to be able to change how their airsoft gun works. So all of those settings that you saw me tinkering with, you have easy access to those. It doesn't require an app on your phone. And this can be built for $15, whereas the OG board is $60 for much less functionality. So this is something that I've been working on, and PCBWay is sponsoring this project, so I'm very thankful to them. There is links down in the description if you want to get a discount on your order. PCBWay does 3D printing. They do metal 3D printing, which I think I'm going to be experimenting with in the near future. And they've been really great to work with so far. Order came in fast and easy. And they'll make whatever you want. It's pretty cool. So I'm pretty stoked to have them as a sponsor. I think we're going to be seeing them on the channel quite a bit. But this is what's going to be powering our P8 family of rifles. We need to find a spot to sandwich all of those in. But once we do, then we'll have a really competent airsoft platform to play with, which is going to be really exciting. I know on the design side, it doesn't look like we got a whole lot done today. I feel like with parametric modeling, your foundation is going to take longer to set up, but then once you get that in place, you can make a lot of adjustments to your design in the future with a lot more ease than you can get with vector modeling. So I know right now doesn't seem like we did a whole lot, but what we did is we laid the foundation for the entire lower receiver, and I'm going to keep working on this for a little bit longer off stream. Well, no, I'll save it for the next time I'm streaming, actually, or maybe I'll record a video. Don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I'll figure it out. But our next steps will be, let's see, let's hide this sketch so that we can see our part better. We need to hollow this out so that we have a spot to put our trigger board, the brain, and we need to incorporate the fire selector as well. Now, the fire selector is shown as being a single-sided one. We can easily make this ambidextrous. From watching the animations in the game, it looks like it's using a MP5 style fire selector. So let me show you what I mean by that. If I pull up some video from OBS, and I will want to put my headphones on for this because otherwise it'll cause some feedback through the microphone. Let's see. Let's go ahead a little bit. So I recorded this off stream, and what we're really trying to do is we're trying to get a good look at how the P8 functions from a ergonomic point of view. Obviously, we're not making an actual rifle, so we're not going to be firing bullets out of this, but from a manual of arms perspective, we want to have very similar controls so that when someone picks it up, it feels like they're holding the prop from the game. So I spent some time to get all kinds of angles here. The P8SC fires a 45 ACP round. So it's a pistol caliber round. And it looks like he's doing a grip and rip style of reload. But what I think is supposed to be happening, or I think what we're supposed to believe is happening, is I think his finger is supposed to be like flicking this part down. So I think this is supposed to be a magazine release. And it's a little interesting because this is definitely a magazine release. This is exactly what you would see on a AR-15 or M4 style rifle. The other side of the P8 does have the same magazine release mechanism. So what I think we can do with that is we can have these interact with each other. So this would be your ambidextrous option. And when you push this down, it basically acts on the same lever, releasing the magazine. But if you watch the reloads, he doesn't hit the silver button, and it's moving too quickly for me to tell if he's hitting the black triangle or not. And then we got a nice view of the front here. Based on how the gun looks aesthetically, I think it's probably intended to look like a short stroke gas piston. Short stroke meaning that you do have a gas piston in this tube, but it's not connected to the bolt carrier directly. And we know it's not a direct impingement system because it's too thick for this barrel up here. Not barrel, for this tubing up here. If we were to look at a AR-15 style tube, the bleed off tubes are generally much smaller than this. So just based on the appearance, I'm guessing that they were going for a short stroke style operation. And I think I spent some time getting it lined up so that you can see what's sitting in the chamber, but it's not super important actually. So see, there's not a paddle on this side, but there is on the other side. This is a right-hand shooter MP5 style paddle switch. And then I'm taking some screenshots, which is why it keeps going into mobiGlas, because Alt F1 is my hotkey for that. So here we have some other important details. This is your charging handle. It's a fold-away design, so we'll want to incorporate a little spring in the hinge in order to make it fold forward the way that we see it here. And then basically when you pull that back, it comes out to a 90-degree angle, and then you pull the charging handle back, it puts it into battery, and then it slides forward. So we want to make this robust enough that it can handle pulling a plastic copy back. Again, it's not going to be an actual functioning firearm, but we want it to give the impression of function. We also see that the stock is a side folding style stock. We don't have a lot of good pictures of the P8AR yet to compare this, but I think that they are essentially the same. The stock design gets a little different because on the P8AR you have a mechanical strapping that comes up towards the shoulder. But we see similar buttons at least on the P8AR, so I believe that it is still a side folding stock. So we'll want to make these buttons operable as well. taking a better picture. Really clean iron sights. Pretty happy with those. One takeaway that we can take from this angle is where the iron sights are mounted is essentially a riser. So this whole complicated looking geometry here, it looks to be a riser. So we can add some adjustability into ours by making these parts movable. I think that would be pretty cool. Oh, okay, so here we can clearly see that M4 style magazine release and the fire selector switch. So very reminiscent of an MP5. So you have a, let's see, that would be a, I think this is 45-degree throw. This looks to be a detent here. So maybe it's actually 90 degrees? Huh. I think I well, okay. So I was gonna say that I could probably load into the game and test that myself by changing the fire mode, but here we see I'm in full auto. So it should be pointing at this series of red bullets here. It's not, so they haven't built that into the animation. It's a minor thing. Some of the more recent Call of Duties do it, but most games don't have that built into their animation, so it's not unexpected. But for ours, from a safety perspective and a functionality perspective, we are going to want it to be functional. We want to have a safety, and we want to have select fire. So this will be semi-auto or burst, depending on how you have the PCBWay chip configured, and then this will be full auto. Here's another view of the riser that we got. Again, I think that we can turn this into a pivot and this into a pivot, and that would make it so that you can actually have these function as like an adjustable riser. The manual of arms with the gun totally empty. There's not a bolt hold open. I need to check though, if you do a reload before you run the gun dry, does it do a shortened? The character brings it into battery again, and the gun also. If you reload partway, it shouldn't be necessary to recharge the handle, and it's really not that important for our airsoft version because you can't really give it a bolt hold open when it's a electric gun. But just some of the details I notice, I guess. I'm going to stop it here, though. I've been going for... how long? 4 hours now? So you guys are probably sick of me. I'm getting sick of me. Before I say goodbye, though, I do want to, again, thank PCBWay for sponsoring this project. I'm really excited to keep going with it. I think that we're going to have some really cool things to show at the end of this. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Do all the YouTube things. Let your friends know about this. That's how we get the channel bigger. And I also want to give a thanks to our channel members. Orbital Bombardiers and Higher get their names posted in my streams and on videos. And there's a couple other special benefits to that as well. But with that, this is Odd Job Entertainment, signing off.